January 9th, 2024 executive session of the Memphis City Council hereby called to order. Ms. Hyde, you know what to do.
Councilman Canale?
Here.
Councilman Carlisle?
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Present. Councilwoman Green? Here. Councilman Ford? Present. Councilwoman Logan?
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present.
Councilwoman Walker? Present. Councilman Warren? Present. Councilwoman White?
Present.
Councilman Spinoza? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton? Present. And Chairman Smiley.
All right, we have a lot of items on the agenda for today. Before we get started, we have the Honorable Mayor Paul Young here. He's going to give us a few remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, well, okay. All right. Thank you, Chairman. It's an honor to be here with all of you. I'm just going to repeat some of the things that I said this morning because I think it's important to ensure that it's on the record. First off, I just want to say that it's an honor to be able to serve with each and every one of you over the next 4 years. There are a lot of expectations that our public has for each and every one of us. We all have constituents and residents of this community that are relying on us to get things right in Memphis. We all know that we've seen some challenging times over the last couple of years. Crime is at an all-time high. It's been the subject of conversation at every dinner table. The aesthetics of our community, the way things look physically, needs a lot of attention. We know that the task is really important, but I firmly believe that we are up to it. And I want to make sure that you all know that you have a partner in the administration that's going to work hard every day to get the results that the people of Memphis deserve. Right now, you have a slate of individuals that I am recommending for appointment. My ask to you is that you approve this slate as presented. These are the individuals that I believe are going to get us where we want to go. And you have my commitment that if these individuals do not get us where we're trying to go, that we will make a change. For me, it's really important to set the tone. We had a meeting just before the first of the year when I took office, and my statement to all of the leadership team is that as of January 1, you have a new job. If you were here before, today you have a new job. And that new job is to get the results as set by the Young administration. None of these individuals have worked for me, and my ask to you is that you give me an opportunity to lead this team, to lead these individuals that have been selected over their respective areas. And if we do not get the results that we deserve, hold me accountable. I do understand that there's been a chippy relationship between the administration and the council in years past. We want to set a new standard where we operate in partnership and trust. And you have my word that we're going to get those results, and if we don't, we will take action. I want to thank you all for your time today, and I'll let you follow through with the agenda as presented, and I'll be here as needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Young. The first item on the agenda today is the Chief Operating Officer Interim, Antonio M. Adams, Sr. Can I get a motion? Got a move by Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Ford, Sr. Chief, good to see you again. The floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon.
Let's see.
My name is Antonio M. Adams, Sr. I am a native Memphian. I'm a graduate of Hamilton High School. Some would call the University of the South. All right. I've spent 17 years in city government, of which I've held several roles throughout city government, started in human resources and as an EEO, labor relations, and ADA compliance coordinator, deputy director of general services. Then I ascended to General Services Director. I served in the role as an interim total rewards officer for a short period of time, and most recently, the Deputy Chief Operating Officer, during which I was blessed to accomplish a lot. But I don't want to rest on my past. I want to talk to you about what Mayor Young has tasked me to do, and that is to be accountable to him, to hold the directors and the chiefs accountable for running government. And our vision is to create an environment by which there's going to be growth and prosperity, in which all of Memphians will grow and prosper. And how are we going to do that? We're going to improve service delivery. We're going to implement practical solutions for using the voice of the customer and implement continuous improvement and lean out the processes of government. No longer will you have to go to different places to execute one function. We're going to listen to the voices of the customer, meaning internally and externally, and provide practical solutions. I plan to be a strategic partner with you, and the directors and chiefs will be strategic partners with you and the citizens. We will tear down walls and build bridges. That means we're going to establish relationships to collaborate where the citizens benefit. Again, citizens first. We're going to work together to have an impactful budget. That means that we're going to prioritize what means most in your districts and what means most to the citizens. Community investment. Then we're going to heighten accountability, as Mayor Young mentioned. If we are not bringing forth results, change will come. It will start with him, me, then the chiefs and directors. That is the end of my short presentation. I open it up now for questions, concerns, comments.
Okay, you can use. Chief Adams, before I turn it over to any council, my colleagues, I think I've been really clear today that, we've heard these promises before. Whenever we approve someone, what happens is we hear that, things don't get right in the city of Memphis, the change will come. The previous administration did not keep its promises to this body. The previous administration blatantly told this body that our laws do not apply to them. How can we tell the people of Memphis that, no offense to anyone here, most of this slate of candidates were part of the administration that disrespected this body every single day. Not only did they disrespect this body, they disrespected the people. And it's hard for me, really is. It's hard for me to sit here and hear things that I want to believe, but based on the record, based on the action, nothing seems to happen. My one hope and my one belief, the best thing about what I see in this administration is you. I'm gonna tell you why. You keep your word. If we as a body decide that we're gonna take a particular action, you will tell us, if you believe it's in the best interest of the people of Memphis. But I cannot say that for everyone else that falls under your purview or any of the other chiefs. No, my earnest ask for you, that same level of accountability, that same level of candidness, I'm gonna lay it at your feet. You, as well as Mayor Young, you have to hold these chiefs and these directors accountable. It's on you all. And I've said it, there's more people, and I want to repeat this again. I didn't meet with any of the directors. I didn't meet with any of the chiefs. Because what I did not want to do is I did not want to lie to any single person and promise I was going to vote any particular way. because I want you all to come here and give us a true vision for what you're gonna do for the city of Memphis. Because the past 4 years, we're underperformed. The past 8 years, we underperformed. We have to set the bar. We can't go out and tell the students in the city of Memphis, the young people in the city of Memphis, that there is a standard for excellence when we underperform here at the city of Memphis. We have to do better. So I need you, Mayor Young, to hold this administration to a level of excellence. And for this body, we have a job to do today. And it's not to rubber stamp anything. We should not be a body of rubber stamping. We should be a body that gives due diligence to everything that comes before us. And what I ask you to do with each person that comes here, especially for you returning members, look at the body of work. And with that, I will turn it over. Councilman Carlisle, you're in the queue first.
Thank you, Chairman Smiley. Director Adams, you were one of the first directors I met with 4 years ago. We had a very productive conversation. We've had many since then. I've appreciated all the hats that you've worn, in particular over the last 12 months where you were doing many, many different things around City Hall, and it was a lot to take on, and you did so with a smile on your face and just one foot in front of the other, and that kind of determination and perseverance didn't go unnoticed for me. I think Councilman or Chairman Smiley is accurate in what the administration's responsibilities are, and I don't mean this to be threatening in tone, but after 4 years, I hear the accountability out of the young administration, and I think that that's respectable, and I agree. I can assure you that this body will be an accountability partner as well. I don't expect it to be necessary. I think you've demonstrated unbelievable leadership. I think you've demonstrated a willingness to work. You've always been responsive. You've wanted to approach things from a pragmatic and practical approach, and to be honestly a problem solver. I hope, and my ask of Mayor Young is to get out of your way in certain respects. And I mean that respectfully to the mayor. There are often times I think where, you and I would discuss things that we saw as low-hanging fruit, and whatever the reasons were inside of the administration at the time didn't get worked out. And they weren't always things that people find as sizzle and cool as things like public safety can be, and that's important. But there are other things that occur in the day-to-day business of City Hall that can deliver real value to the taxpayers and to the citizens. So I just look forward. You have my support. I absolutely look forward to working with you. I hope it's not for a short period of time. But I just appreciate the time and work and effort that you put into city government and look forward to the next term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Interim Chief Antonio, I haven't had the opportunity to really work with you, and my colleagues have, and I concur with them until you show and prove me and the constituents of this city differently. I expect accountability as well as accountability here as well. We owe it to this great city to get it done. How many years have you been here?
I've been an employee of the city of Memphis 17 years. I'm entering my 18th year.
Okay. So you know the ins and outs, you know what needs to be done, and the expectation is for you to do it.
Yes, ma'am.
And accountability on your hand, and as well as this city council and our constituents in this city. This is a great city, and we're going to have to bring it up to par where it needs to be. We have lacked communities. We have lacked people, humanity, just humanity. So I look forward to working for you in this short time while you're interim, and hopefully you will move forward to chief. But accountability is and will be expected. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. As this is an interim appointment, we do not need to approve it. I almost called you deputy chief or director, but Chief Adams, thank you for your presentation.
All right.
We look forward to working with you, sir.
Thank you all.
It's okay to clap, y'all. The next item on the agenda is item 2, Chief Communication Officer, Ms. Penelope Houston?
Correct.
Okay, I thought I was missing a O, but
No,
I got
I
you.
know, that's how it's spelled. It looks like Austin.
It's all good.
So moved.
Can I get a motion? Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Ford. The floor is yours.
Thank you. There's a little bit about me in the bio, but what it doesn't say is something that Chairman Smiley talked about earlier, and that is that I am a yes person. I am a responsive person, and I look forward to bringing that to City Hall. I also want to say that I am truly honored to have gotten the appointment, and I'm humbled to ask you guys to approve my appointment. I've been a week on the job, so I don't have a lot of background here, but I have met with my team, and they are phenomenal. They support 18 divisions in the city and then 600,000 residents of Memphis. Our vision is a connective and integrated communications team. We want to work to make each city department stronger. We want to make sure that they're as staffed as completely as they can be, and that their work is more broadly understood by the residents of Memphis. Part of what we would like to do is create integrated marketing throughout the division, increase opportunities for youth mentoring, internships, engagement, increase partnerships with community agencies and small businesses. We want to find new ways to bring in WMBE partners and vendors, very important to us. We want to increase engagement rates with our social and outward-facing channels. And we also want to create a better experience on our website, which I know there may be questions about. Overall, my goal is to create a stronger Memphis narrative. And I think some of that is going to be contextualizing some of the stories that we tell, but some of that is just going to be telling more of the stories. And I really look forward to serving our city and to having the opportunity to do that.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. I have one question for you, and it's just because of my experience or troubled experience the past 4 years with various folks who led the city in several divisions. One thing that, the city council had, took issue to was the lack of responsiveness from that division as it relates to access to the website, relates to access to council page. I just want to make sure that we have a very cordial relationship as it relates to that, because I don't necessarily believe that we have to be, contentious on all issues. I hope we're able to work together. I haven't had an opportunity to work with you. I know Mayor Young speaks highly of you and several other people. So it appears that, okay, I thought that everyone's done. Thank you so much for putting yourself up for service. And we're going to go to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Can we help Councilwoman Walker?
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations on your appointment. I've never had the opportunity to work with you, but there's something here on your vision and for your plan that I would like to address, and you kind of expound a little bit more on it for me, please. It says, increase opportunities for youth, mentoring, internship, and engagement. And how broad is that? Because we see where our youth are and where they are and where they're going. And we see most of our youth that our issues are coming from are the underserved. I need to know what your expansion and how far you plan to expand this, and what youth are you talking about?
That's a great question. As I said, we're just starting to work on these plans, but I do think that reaching in to populations that may not have gotten those intern opportunities, we know who the intern opportunities usually go to, right? So reaching out to people who may not have gotten those opportunities and pulling them in. We've got a really spectacular social media team here, and I think they would be able to provide a lot of opportunity to help engage our community in telling the story. And one of the things that I've tasked them with is reaching out and looking in the community and finding who some of those community champions are and who some of those natural community voices are, and identifying them as potential partners as we begin that outreach so that they can start those long-term relationships and create those better opportunities for everyone, us included, because we'll have a lot to learn from those community members, especially the youth.
There it is. Thank you. Thank you. And I do, and I know my colleagues and I will look forward to working with you because the youth in this city, in this community, is so very important to us right now. And we're going to have to change the narrative and do something totally different that has never been done. And we don't have to follow any other city. I think we're brilliant enough here to implement our own and let other cities follow Memphis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Walker, you still in the queue?
Yes.
Okay.
Chief Houston, I campaigned on closing the information gap. And so I have been looking forward to connecting with you and your department. I will be launching a newsletter in English and in Spanish. A considerable portion of District 3 are Spanish-speaking people, as well as my town hall meetings will be in English, and we will have a Spanish interpreter and a hearing impaired translator. So this is very important to me. My question is, what is your plan to target our mature age citizens with respect to disseminating this valuable information that the city has to share?
That's a fantastic question, and it's a question that we faced all the time in my previous role at the Downtown Memphis Commission, that sometimes people who aren't as connected to digital and social channels have a harder time getting the information that we know that they need. So a lot of that is going to be direct outreach and community engagement in those community channels that exist, and finding ways to reach people where they are, because we can't expect that everyone is going to be connected digitally and socially. But I applaud you for what you're doing to bring the message to more people, and I think that's something that we should also look forward to doing, is increasing the reach that we have.
Thank you.
So thank you for the inspiration.
Thank you.
All right. It appears that all hearts are clear. I move that we send this item down with no recommendation. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3, Chief Financial Officer, Interim, Walter Person. Can I get a motion? Second. Moved by Ford, seconded by every single person up here. Councilman Canale. Chief, it feels good to say that, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. One more. There we go. Good afternoon again. Walter Person, 125 North Main, interim CFO. To go back and give you a little bit about me, I tried to outline it and make it real brief. I am a born and bred Memphis resident, graduate of Memphis Central High School.
Go Warriors.
All right. After that, I attended Harvard University and ultimately the University of Pennsylvania, the Wharton School, for my MBA. I did receive, while working at General Electric Corporation, a Master Black Belt in Six Sigma. I co-led a division of commercial finance while I was there, and since I've been employed here at the City of Memphis, I've been fortunate enough to receive a Certificate Municipal Finance Officer, or CMFO certification. So with that, my experience at the City of Memphis, I started off actually in the City Court Clerk's office. I worked there for about 2 years. I did get the opportunity to come over to the Finance Division. Been very happy here, working diligently for the last 2 years. And as of this year, as of about 9 days ago, I moved into this role. I'm very thankful for this opportunity. Mayor Young has given me this opportunity, and I want to do everything I can to make sure that the city moves forward. Prior to that time, I was the administrator at the Health Department, and prior to that, I was a senior vice president at First Tennessee for quite a number of years. Our accomplishments, I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge these accomplishments because I did play a role in many of these accomplishments, although I was not the CFO at the time. We have an incredible grants administration team in the finance department. We've effectively administered over $250 million in federal funding with no dollars deobligated. And we've had nationally recognized programming in our ARPA program. Our previous administration actually spoke with the vice president over some of the programming that we have sponsored in ARPA. We've increased our online payment collections by 34.6% over the last 4 years. We've increased our tax relief participation by 34.4%. And we've also added Spanish language options as well as QR coding to our tax forms. From a process improvement standpoint, we've improved our invoice processing time with the advent of electronic check processing from a prior period of about 7 working days to about an average of 1 to 2 working days. And this affects over 100,000 invoices annually. We've initiated the contract for property tax payments. We can now accept property tax payments at local grocery stores. We can accept them, of course, here at City Hall, and we have other satellite locations as well where we can accept these payments. We've launched an interactive capital improvement plan budget book, as well as an operating budget book. These are new as of this fiscal year. So you can go out and actually produce your own tailored budgeting statement for operating and CIP. And as of December 31st, we successfully submitted our FY23 ACFR, or our Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. The opportunities, we tried to group them because, as you know, we have lots of room for improvement here at the city. But we grouped them into kind of several areas that we focused on and we did plan to continue to focus on. Simplification, customer service and collaboration. An example of that is the purchasing department has developed and is currently piloting an automated bid and contract process, which will improve tracking and reduce the manual steps involved in processing our new contracts. Digitization, referred to this a little bit earlier with the operating budget book and a capital improvement plan budget book. This gives citizens the access that they need and also the electronic capabilities that they need to reflect the modern times, so you don't have to go out and pull up a whole PDF at 10 or 20 megs. You can pull out the sections that you're interested in and produce them in real time. And then finally, execution. We talked about grant administration, executing over 500 federal, state, and local grant awards on an annual basis. And we think that this is a great opportunity for growth. We've discussed this with the mayor, and this is a great opportunity for our city. Our city is replete with chances to develop more federal, state, and local grant funding. Our vision reflects a lot of our opportunities. We want to have increased transparency in budget and actual performance activity. We've heard council loud and clear when they spoke to the issue of access to our data. And one of the things we're working toward as we speak is the opportunity to post an online budget system so that you can track on a monthly basis how we perform against our budgeted amounts. So transparency would be paramount. We like to expand on our grants administration process to increase more opportunities for what I call end-to-end grant management. End-to-end means that we not only look at the accounting and compliance components of grants, but we also want to focus on the origination and the actual sunsetting of our grants process. So we can have that type of comprehensive look, and we can also tailor our grants to meet our needs at the current time. And one thing that we want to continue to draw attention to, in the beginning of FY27, we will be facing what was referred to as a debt cliff. But essentially, our debt service requirements will drop to very close to zero, which means we'll free up millions of dollars of funding that will be available to reinvest in our city in high-value benefits to our citizens. That concludes my report. Thank you.
I was getting ready to say you must have did a stellar presentation because no one's in queue, but the always inquisitive Councilwoman Janice Rich from Washington has a question for you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad that you mentioned that you were going to have transparency within your leadership. In the past, we have had some challenges obtaining financial records, our chief of staff, as well as council. What are you willing to do to ensure that we receive information in a timely manner? And are you willing to be cooperative when we ask for vital information?
Absolutely, Councilwoman. Two fronts. And please correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that someone on the council should have access to the appropriation statements as we speak now. Okay, I'm hearing sort of. So sort of will be corrected to absolutely. And that can happen immediately. In the long run, working with our Office of OPM, we're going to establish an online budget system. And that's one of my priorities coming into this role, so that it will be accessible by everyone. And you won't necessarily have to have the programming skills to navigate Oracle to get the appropriation statements. And that will, I think, go a long way toward creating transparency for all people involved, citizens, council members, and internal parties as well. So I think this will help us a great deal in terms of increasing visibility to how we're performing and where the opportunities may be.
So you're giving us your word that you will be responsive when we're asking for vital information. You will
absolutely
provide it immediately.
I'm providing information, but responsiveness is absolutely where we will be going forward.
Thank you.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you. No problem. Chief Person, under grant administration, are you pursuing any opportunities under the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act?
At the current time, no, but that is an opportunity that I think we need to pursue, and that's one of the desires with an end-to-end grant administration structure, because we'll have visibility to the pipeline of grants that are out there and more communication between divisions, so each division isn't targeting their own grants, and maybe the lack of communication will lead to gaps such as that.
All right, thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Check the queue. No one's in the queue. Appears all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. We send this item down with no recommendation.
He's in.
Oh, he's in them. Yeah. All right, item number 4, Chief Human Resource Officer Fonda Fouché. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by Canale, seconded by Janice Wedge Washington. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Fonda Fouché, Interim Chief Human Resource Officer for the City of Memphis. I am a lifelong Memphian and public servant. I attended Central High School. I also attended the University of Tennessee at Knoxville, and I received my master's degree from Central Michigan University. I've been employed with the City of Memphis for 27 years. I've worked in 3 divisions and held over 8 positions. Most recently, I served as the Talent Management Officer from 2017 to 2023, and I've been interim CHRO since June of 23. Some of my accomplishments this year was that I was a Memphis Business Journal HR Impact honoree, and I was also published with the GFOA for our work on reducing the time to fill for filling positions. My vision is to continue to attract and retain top talent and improve the candidate experience, create more strategies around the latest recruitment trends using LinkedIn Recruiter, AI, and social media. I also would like to work to expand our diversity and inclusion strategy. I want to really focus on creating more talent pipelines through our Career Pathways program. We've had some success with public safety pipelines and urban fellows, and I want to expand that. Also working on employee retention. We work hard to recruit. I also want to make sure we retain our top talent and improve the employee experience through leadership development, improve our efficiencies in our HR service centers, and also making sure that we are delivering the best HR customer service that we can do. And I'll turn it over for any questions, concerns, or comments.
You know, I just like the fact that y'all heard us upstairs. See, we're already off to a good start. We have a couple council members in the queue. Thank you for your presentation. I will say there are some members of our staff that is extremely fond of you, no pun intended. But going to Councilman Carlisle and then Councilman Warren.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for your service to the city. That's an incredible feat, and I'm glad you're willing to continue to serve. I know you reached out as many other directors, and it's got a crazy week, and we're going to get a chance to sit down and talk. But on the record, I think it's important. You have, and your division has a tough row ahead. We've got several associations that are coming for openers this year. We've got insurance costs that continue to skyrocket throughout the industry. It's just a lot on your plate, and it all has to come back to money. So I guess for me, I hope and look forward to having a good dialogue. And I know Dr. Warren serves on the Health Investment Committee,
Healthcare Oversight.
Thank you, Healthcare Oversight. But there are just, I think, again, with Director Adams and hopefully the consent of Mayor Young, there are just a lot of things I think that there are opportunities that the council doesn't necessarily see because they are administrative functions, but at the end of the day, they all cost money. And it's not cost cutting that I'm looking for. It's more finding efficiencies and things that make sense, both for, again, the taxpayers, but also the employees. I'll use this as an example. I don't know if it's going to get groans from, but like the bonus day program started off with really good intent of what it was trying to accomplish. And then you go into a pandemic and you're like, maybe trying to get people to show up to work for an extra day, even if they're sick, might not be the best use. And how can we evaluate that and relook at it? I think there are many opportunities, and I don't want to get into specifics here, but I do look forward to diving into those as a matter of budgetary and best practices. But no matter what, I wish you the absolute best over these next 3 months and into budget season. I know it's a lot to take on, and so I'm sure you have a capable team, but best of luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Fichet. I had the pleasure of working with her on the Healthcare Oversight Committee, and her understanding about what's going on with the insurance and how hard it is to deal with our insurance companies and the cost have been impressive. I think she can bring that to our HR department, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And for going to Central.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes. So this more or less deals with some information, some inquiries that I made surrounding these appointments and reappointments today, and some information that I did not receive. And my question is simply this: what is the difference between a chief and a director?
So the chiefs are a part of the mayor's senior leadership team. So there are the chief of HR, chief operating officer, and then below the chief operating officers are the directors.
Okay, thank you.
It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor, send this item down with no recommendation.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next time with enthusiasm. Okay, well, can I get it? It's already moved. It was already moved. It's already moved. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that says the ayes have it. Item number 5. I know that's what you're here for. Director of Division of Police Services. The reappointment of C.J. Davis. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Councilman Warren. Chief?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Smiley, and to the City Council. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present on my last 2.5 years So first of all, my bio, I'm going to be brief about my bio. I was born in the city of Fayetteville, North Carolina, one of 6 military children. I served in the U.S. Air Force briefly, and then I went on to a career in law enforcement. I served with the Atlanta Police Department for 30 years, retiring there as deputy chief. And also, I served as a chief of police in the city of Durham for 5 years. Once retiring from Durham, I joined the men and women of the Memphis Police Department. It's been an honor to be a part of a wonderful police department, a wonderful city, and I look forward to continuing to serve our citizens and our department. First of all, I'd say over the last 2.5 years, we have had many challenges. We've had many high-profile situations in our city. Young Dolph, Eliza Fletcher, Ezekiel Kelly, and of course, the tragic death of Tyree Nichols. All of those challenges required strong leadership. All of those challenges required a leader that could activate our team and have individuals in place to help mitigate those various situations. I'm proud of the leadership that we have in the Memphis Police Department and the responsiveness of the men and women of our department. And as I speak about accomplishments, I can't talk about accomplishments without giving credit to the men and women who have built a team to help me get where we need to be. So I will go through my accomplishments over the last 2.5 years, if you can see them. First off, one of the challenges for the Memphis Police Department has been hiring. And so we hired a historic record-breaking 477 new police recruits over the last couple of years, with an average of 5 police recruit classes in 2022 and 2023. And right now we have over 100 recruits that are in training. In 2022, we achieved the first decrease in aggravated assaults and homicides over a 3-year period of consistent increases in both categories. We are currently also working to increase our manpower by establishing a relationship also with Lemoyne-Owen College. Our PST program is really important, and we feel like that would be a pathway also to more recruits. We've achieved a reduction in crime in all 9 precincts over the past 30 days and implemented a plan that we have seen significant and consistent results from all of our commanders. All 9 precincts have been consistently reducing in crime. And we have actually cut our overall crime in half over the past 6 months. In the final stages of creating our MPD's public-facing traffic stop dashboard, it will launch January 2024. We have modified the policy regarding traffic enforcement and unmarked vehicles. Police legal advisors conducted roll calls regarding the new ordinance on pretextual stops, and we began dissemination and discussion in our precincts about the expected ordinance and the responsibilities of our officers as it relates to that. And we also, under the new administration, have discussed the endorsement of the new ordinance and have requested city officials to include the ordinance in the city's Muni Code. At this particular time, at least last week, it was not. But we continue to move forward with the implementation of all of the ordinances at the very beginning of the ordinance passing. We expanded our community-oriented policing operations and created 50 positions for retired officers as community crime prevention educators, and taken the first steps towards reestablishing COACs, enhanced youth services, monthly precinct community forums, expanded crisis intervention certification to all of our police officers and our recruits as they come through the academy, and we implemented the new Connect to Memphis camera network program in partnership with our business community and residents. We implemented a data-driven policing solution to facilitate our CompStat, our weekly crime driving enforcement. And we also have worked to put that crime data on our website and also the city's website. We began the initial design of the MPD repeat offender dashboard, implemented the first automated timekeeping system, and we also implemented an enhanced TASER program as a less lethal device, not just to our CIT officers, but to all of our officers on the Memphis Police Department. We created 125 much-needed first-line supervisor positions for officer oversight support and to create a career path for our officers. We have received a $3 million Violent Crime Intervention Fund grant for crime reduction. We're working with the University of Memphis in the implementation of those initiatives and a $39 million Violent Crime Intervention Fund grant for zip code specific initiatives for violent crime reduction. And the last thing I'll say about accomplishments, this list isn't inclusive of everything, but we also created a Memphis Police Leadership Academy so that we can begin training our own leaders, especially our mid-managers and above, at our academy in partnership with the University of Tennessee. We've already graduated our first cohort in that program. I'll talk about opportunities briefly. To design and develop, as mentioned, our repeat offender dashboard in partnership with our GVIP program and working with our DA and our U.S. Attorney for proper pathway and adjudication of cases. Establish a business security alliance in partnership with our businesses. Our businesses have suffered over the last couple of years as it relates to business crimes. So we plan to establish a business alliance with working with our Memphis Chamber and our Tourism Bureau. I'm sorry, I gotta move forward. Our data sharing collaborative amongst all neighboring jurisdictions, working with the Crime Commission to establish that, coordinated monthly traffic enforcement and crime prevention details with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, who are very open to supporting us. This will target reckless driving and drag racing. Expand our federally funded crime gun intelligence program with the ATF and the U.S. Attorney as well, so that we can disrupt future shootings by removing violent trigger pullers from our community. Opportunity to create foot beats and bicycle patrols in hotspot areas. As we graduate classes, we will have more manpower so that we can have a better presence in our community corridors and also in our business corridors. And increase the number of youth that we currently have in our COPS program, which is our great program, which serves 4th and 5th graders. We're also looking at hiring civilian employees to start a Wounded Warrior program to have individuals who are willing to work in the capacity of real-time crime center support and in other capacities in the police department, whether it's working at a front desk or in recruitment and background, so that we can put more of our officers on the street. We plan to also launch our Explorer program in city high schools to cultivate opportunities for youth to enter a career in law enforcement as a pathway to the PST program. And my vision for the city. Of course, my vision for the city is a robust violent crime reduction strategy for a safer city, full implementation and launch of the violent repeat offender dashboard, looking at and examining the top 300 repeat offenders in our city and working with various other wraparound services and other entities in government, whether it's the U.S. Attorney's Office or the DA's office, to follow these individuals' track as we help to guide them to either wraparound services or adjudication in the court system for various charges. This will impact aggravated assaults, homicides, and business burglaries and auto thefts. And we plan to initiate a robust community court watch program to ensure community stakeholders help to influence the process. Full implementation of the first phase of initiatives funded by the Violent Crime Intervention Fund. Complete the feasibility study for our Memphis located crime lab. The funding has already been earmarked for that project. And heighten employee engagement at all our stations to include mandatory commander tours with myself and request monthly meetings with our our MPA African Police Association instead of quarterly meetings scheduled to engage them more in MPD initiatives. Engage commanders in all 9 stations to our group violence intervention program to have more of the shootings that occur forwarded and referred to our group violence intervention program. And implement a 30-30-30 approach. 30% of enforcement, 30% intervention, and 30% prevention. This has been a proven best practice in other cities where they have seen positive results. I'll be brief on the other programs. The administration to identify facilities and locations in most vulnerable neighborhoods to restore a COAC model, which we've been talking about. We've already identified Old Allen Station as a possible location and doing a architectural assessment of how we can bring that station back to life. And this would help us to expand our Citizens Academy clergy programs and resources and identify specific community needs and centralize our community engagement unit for optimal programming and planning for more engagement in our community. Full implementation of a mobile application for our community members in year 1. Year 2, recruitment and retention will continue to be important to the Memphis Police Department. Our goal is to hire 2,250 officers considering attrition every year, hire 2,250 officers on board by 2028, achieve consistent reductions in our annual attrition, which over the last year we have seen reductions, and our goal is 5% on attrition as opposed to the 8, 9, and 10% we've seen. Establish a health and wellness program and opportunities for all MPD. And then continued decreases in overall Part 1 crime, a reduction in crime by at least 5%, continued work with our federal and state partners, and to set metrics for our goals for crime reduction and Part 1 crimes, not just crimes against persons, but crimes against property as well. And in year 4, significant results in technology and infrastructure upgrades. 50,000 registered Connect to Memphis cameras is what our goal is, and 2,000 integrated cameras in that system. At this time, that ends my report. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to tell you about the work that I've done in the Memphis Police Department and that I hope to continue to do.
It appears that no one's in the queue. Well, you know, see how quickly things change. You know, I'll take executive privilege here. I think my comments have been really clear to the public. I think those of you who campaign on crime, going to make a decision. I will ask staff to put something on the screen. I've been contacting several members, a community that's concerned we're going with policing. At some point in time, this body passed particular ordinances. One of the ordinances, which means it is the law of the city of Memphis, dictate the law. This legislative body dictates the law. No mayor can decide unilaterally what we can do. This body decides what the law of the land is. I know Mayor Jim Strickland sent out a letter on December the 29th. That letter on December the 29th said, we did not enforce any ordinances for a result of community members coming together. We want to do something different. He said that. He didn't say it wasn't just about him. It was about the police department.
but with the administration. My direction to my team was to move forward because the actual ordinance had passed. Although the signing of the ordinance was placed in limbo, the final signature of the mayor for us was not a determining factor. It was law at that time. As I said, in phase one, we began rolling out and working on the database, the dashboard that we talked about. That dashboard has been worked on for the last 4 or 5 months. And I mentioned when we passed the ordinance that it would take some time for us to pull all the data together because of disparate systems. We instructed our legal advisors, who are here today as well, to develop a roll call training bulletin. They began going out to all of our precincts and discussing the new ordinance through roll call training of what officers could and could not do. Yes,
Chief, I'm
sir.
not trying to cut you off. I want to know when. You said you developed.
This was back in June. June and July. Those individuals are here to really be able to talk about the visits that took place to, and at that time we had 2 legal assistants who actually went out. They developed a roll call bulletin to use as a guide, and they went to all the precincts to talk about the ordinance. I was there at some of those sessions. This was not recently. This was when we first passed the ordinance. We knew that there was ambiguity for them because of the state law. And the questions that were being asked from them was that, do we not follow the state law? We explained to officers that you have to follow the ordinance. The ordinance has passed. We also talked internally and ensured that we had drafts and policies in place for our unmarked vehicles as well. The unmarked vehicle discussion and the cease of using unmarked vehicles was done immediately as well. So I sent a package basically to try to show the work that has been done. Our legal assistant also reached out to the city comptroller to ask, could the ordinance be placed in the Muni Code, because the ordinance wasn't placed in the Muni Code. Despite the fact the ordinance wasn't there, we continued to work on all of the various iterations of ensuring that we comply with all the elements of the ordinance. It has never been my intention not to move forward with the ordinance that was passed. The work that has been done on the dashboard has taken months to put together. It covers a period of 2018 up to 2022 so that we can share the transparent dashboard information that we expected to be able to share. Dashboard traffic stop data was not an anomaly for me to put together. In my previous work, we had very similar dashboards and traffic stop analysis for our officers. So as I mentioned before, I wasn't privy to any messaging or any letter, and neither was anybody in the police department privy to that.
So are you saying, since this is, are you saying on the record that Jim Strickland is being untruthful? We need to know.
I'm saying that I never received the letter.
Okay. Okay.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. So
I never received the commentary, the message, or any indication that that was going to be conveyed to council because we had already begun the work.
Okay. So I apologize. I think it's me. Let me reframe it. Did you follow the laws of this body? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So did you communicate to your team that they were to follow the laws of this body?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so there was an article that was published today. Shout out to Daily Memphis because I see Mr. Hardiman here. And I'm going to read it very specifically. There's not been any directives handed down at all whatsoever, said a Memphis police officer whose name the Daily Memphis has agreed not to publish to protect their employment with the department. It's been business as usual.
That's not true.
Okay.
and my staff is here, when we have roll call training for our officers, and once legislation is put into effect, the legislation is the law that they have to comply with. They had roll call training as it relates to, and I have my legal advisors here. I didn't realize that this was going to be a defense sort of, because I have substantial proof of the work that we've done as it relates to.
I believe it. We don't. So what we're not going to do is we're not going to clap to interrupt this process. Okay. All right. I'm going to go to the queue and allow some of the other members, and we will not be hearing from anyone else but Chief Davis today. I'm going to go to the queue, let some of the other members speak. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Pull this mic up closer. Thank you, Chairman. Chief Davis, thank you for what you have so far tried to do. What I am hearing and what I have heard so far is that there is or was or has or still is miscommunication, lies, or setup. It is really a sad day here in Memphis that we have to circle back and not really get the truth. The mayor is saying, our mayor that has exited has said one thing, and you are here defending yourself saying another. I've got text messages, I've got emails from constituents, I've got text messages that I can read from MPD officers who has indicated and said that the ordinance that I was a part of, I protested, I came here, I stood where you are standing now for these ordinances to be implemented and done because of the tragic situation and matter that happened to Tyree and his family, because I didn't want it to happen to anyone else. So I'm going to close by saying this. You have an opportunity to be honest and tell the truth. Throw whomever you got to throw up under the bus. Because right now, this is your life. And this is the lives of the people here in Memphis in this community. And so it's a torn thing. I have been very prayerful since the day I was elected, because I knew this day here was coming, and I would have to face you.
Yes.
I had the opportunity to sit down with you for 2.5 hours and to talk to you, and to hear the backstory, and just to see and to understand. You're saying that these dashboards and all this data and all this information is here.
Yes. Yes. It takes months to put together a dashboard. It takes a second to ignore an ordinance. I went to work. I went to work for this council. I navigated the politics to try to help get this work done in this ordinance. I navigated the state law, the federal law, and the position of our officers standing behind the mixed message. That's why it was important to send legal advisors to our precincts to tell our officers to hold on. Anytime an ordinance passes, that's policy, it's law. The other issue is that my officers are sworn by the state of Tennessee. That's where they get their power. So they believe that they can utilize whatever law that's on the state books. Right now, our law as an ordinance in the state law is in contradiction. So we have to get in our officers' faces to help navigate a situation that is really unprecedented for any law enforcement agency. This has not been an easy undertaking. Never once did I think that we were not going to implement, on behalf of the family of Tyree Nichols, this particular ordinance. Much work has been done. So it's unfortunate that I'm defending myself because of the fact that I'm not a liar. I don't have to be a liar. I'm trying to work to make sure that our police department rises to another level. And some of them have felt those efforts and have benefited from those efforts, and they understand that. And so I'll be glad to, after this session is over, provide various types of proof and even testimony from the individuals who have been involved in this process for them to be able to talk about our efforts and our discussions. So if it's sabotage, then I'm calling it what it is. But I was here to serve, and I continue to plan to do what it is that this body would want me to do. All due respect, Honorable Chairman, I'll be glad to provide any level of discussion that you would like about this matter. Thank you.
I yield the floor. Chief Davis, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Ford, the floor is yours, good sir.
All right. Y'all might not want me on the floor today. All right. Councilwoman Sutton.
Yes, sir, Councilman.
You got to kick them under the bus.
It's God's way or the highway.
Not throw them under the bus or just run over them, okay?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you have to do all of that. I'm glad you brought that up before I start off, okay?
Yes, sir.
Chief Davis, let me start at this. You got 3 things against you. First, you're a black woman. Okay? Well, first, when you're a woman. Second, you're black. Third, you're doing something. Okay? Kicking them under the bus. You got problems inside. I like everybody that you got sitting out there, but some of them you got to get rid of. Because what you are hearing, Councilman Smile and some of y'all others, first of all, reading all these newspapers, they don't print stuff that's correct anyway. They never have, never will.
Now that's true.
Okay, they just want you to say something, they turn it around. Okay? I'm not going to talk about Tyree. That was an incident in which, hey, it was really sad. But a lot of things, people that you have, in which I kind of respect, and I like everybody, but you must kind of get rid of them in order to. So yes, I'm telling the truth because the truth comes out, but you listen to others that, hey, want your job, don't want you to look good, because like I said, you're a woman, you're black, and you're trying to do something. Now, if you wasn't doing nothing, you wouldn't have no problem out of them. I know a lot of them. They'd love to have your job. I wouldn't. It's a hard job. These are different days, okay? What I need to do, clean house over there with some of them, let them go on and retire. It's time for them to get away from here. Okay, bring some of the ones that really care, ones that's gonna have your back, not stab you in your back. And while you're doing that, you go to the U.S. Attorney General, make sure that they work right along with you, and please go to that DA.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Because, hey, he's the one that's causing a lot of the problem. And you go to our judges, okay? They got to help also. This is a new day. We got young people, everything else. Hey, it's like the Westerns that you want to look at. It's kind of a shame. But like I said, you're doing a great job. I want everybody to understand that. Quit reading Memphis. What is it? Whatever, the Daily Memphis. I'm being honest. And some of these news people, you know, they know not to come to me because if I tell them hello, they're going to go on the air and say, I said goodbye. Let's be for real. This is a new year. This is 2024. We need to move forward. You know, not only with you, but with all the directors at the mayor. Let's start all over. And like I said, hey, people doing the job. Let's do this job. You know, but get rid of the people that, hey, that will smile in your face and stab you in the back. I own a business. I got about 50 employees. I'm getting rid of about 20. Love them to death. Hey, do anything for them, but they got to go. That's just how it is. I'm just being honest, okay? And that's what we have to kind of do because, hey, people are just people. This is a new world. You know, we got to kind of deal with it. But I appreciate everything that you do. And I ask this council, hey, just look at all of these different things. Don't pay attention to what some of these people are saying because, hey, they want to fool you just like they want to fool her. A lot of things that I've asked you, they did not even tell you, in which they should have told you because there's some items that I've had, didn't know anything about. That was inside people, in which they should have reported to you first. Just like over on the county side, the sheriff need to be part of it too, okay? So please, hey, you get all of them, you having a problem, you come back to us. We need to help out too, y'all. And maybe we can clean up some of this. I'm gonna shut up because there's a lot of things I don't want to say.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle, for helping me on my first day. You and I had a lengthy conversation, and I've known you for years. And I'm not new to this world. I told you, and I've told others, I've probably spent more time in prison than anybody else sitting up here. That's because I was a former public defender.
Yes.
And I believe in being proximate to the cause. If we're going to stop crime, we've got to talk to criminals. We've got to talk to them about what got them there and what will stop them from coming back. And I've listened to you in our meeting and today. And I hear a lot about data. And I've said before that a vision without data is just a hallucination. But data alone is not a vision. And I've been looking for more from you for a vision on how to stop this crime wave. I ran in District 2, which covers Cordova, East Memphis, and Hickory Hill. That's a lot of different kinds of parts of Memphis. And to a person in the 1,000+ doors that I knocked on, their issue was crime. Their issue was public safety. Memphis is hurting. Memphians don't feel safe. I have 3 children. All 3 of them have been on lockdown drills in 3 separate occasions this past year. A lot of your accomplishments go to 2022. They don't mention that in 2023 we had record homicide rates. They don't mention your solve rate is below 50% on homicides and way lower than that on property crimes. That's concerning to me because when we don't catch a criminal, they are able to do more crimes. It's not necessarily about a revolving door at the DA. That's an easy finger to point. But if we're not taking fingerprints, if we're not processing stuff in a crime lab, then we're not going to catch these criminals. Right. And they are going to continue to commit crimes with impunity. Yes. And how do I know? Because I've talked to criminals. And when they don't get caught, they keep doing it. And so I have concerns. There are definitely concerns about the ordinances. I'm not going to lie to you. I'll be completely upfront with you because one of them does concern data, and we talked about it. And when we talked about it, you said that was not being collected because your officers did not want to talk to people about their sexual orientation. And I found that strange. And not a good reason to not collect everything else and provide it to the public, because I believe in transparency. That's the only way we're going to move forward after the incident with Tyree Nichols. So to me, it means one of a couple of things. What happened with the ordinances? Either the mayor told you not to follow them and you didn't listen to the mayor, which is an issue because Mayor Young's telling us, give everybody a chance because I'm the new mayor and they're going to listen to me. Or you didn't listen to the council. And so that's problematic to me, but it's not what I'm basing my decision on today. I'm basing my decision on what I heard on the doors, what I heard from the rank and file that I've spoken to, and what I know to be true in this community, and that is that gun violence is rampant, and that you have stated over 40% of our gun crime can be traced back to guns being stolen out of cars. And yet you left your gun unlocked in a car.
My gun was in a gun safe in the car.
It was stolen out of your car. I'm telling you that the concerns I have are for me and my kids and their safety, and they're what I heard on the doors. This ordinance thing, the things that are going back and forth, it's concerning to me because I want, when we pass laws, for them to be followed. And I do believe we have a partner in Mayor Young who will help us move that forward. But from you, as his director, what we have continued to ask is for a vision. And you have provided us with some bullet points around tracking repeat offenders or having more DARE classes in 4th grade. And frankly, it's not enough. If you were to come to me and say, I want to reopen that crime lab, I need this council support for budget because I can't even get my officers to take fingerprints because they're going to have to drive it back and forth to Jackson. And that being able to have a ballistics lab where I can put it through NIBIN within 48 hours and connect crimes together, that's a vision. That's data I care about. But you have not given that to me, and I find it disappointing, frankly.
Well, I love to respond. So my time with you was about 15 minutes.
We were together for an hour.
For me to be able to talk, it was about 15 to 20 minutes. However, my vision incorporates, when I give you a bullet that says a repeat offender dashboard to work with our group violence intervention program, that's to give those individuals that are in the system that are repeating crime an opportunity to either have wraparound services or to be prosecuted vigorously, one or the other. The vision is to take those individuals off the street who are committing the most egregious crimes. That's what our community wants.
I agree,
That's
but
what my vision is.
That is not anything new, and I don't mean to cut you off.
I thought I was going to get a chance to talk about that.
Hold on.
Being able to...
Hold on, Councilwoman. Chief.
Yes, sir.
One person will speak at a time. Hold up. One person will speak at a time. We're not going to talk over each other. All right, whoever had the floor. And also, if you're in the galley, let's respect the chief and let's respect the council members. This is a meeting held in the public, but this is an official meeting going on. So we're not going to yell, we're not going to scream. We're going to allow the chief and the council members to engage in discussion so that this body can make an informed decision going forward, okay? Hope we're all on the same page. This is the second time that I had to say, hold on, let us get it together, all right? All right, I'm not sure who had the floor, but Chief Davis is here. Chief Davis, you have the floor. And Councilwoman Jerry Green, let her finish and then we're gonna respond. Chief.
Well, and my vision is much broader than a PowerPoint slide, and keeping it at high level. As I mentioned several places in my presentation, my approach is a holistic approach because I understand African American communities, I understand root causes, I understand how important it is to reach our 4th and 5th graders. Because if we don't reach them now, then 5 years from now, we're gonna have this same conversation. I didn't bring crime to Memphis. I didn't bring guns to the street of Memphis. Our state legislators brought guns to the street of Memphis, and they have done havoc on our community. And until we can change some of the root causes, and until we can use public safety as that avenue to be able to implement programs, help people to get out of crime, or either send them on a fast track to crime, we won't see any changes. But it has to be from a holistic approach. It has to be community engagement with our officers and also engaging our community members so that they can better take care of themselves. Part of my vision is about business communities helping each other, having a broader network, and also having our different government institutions to work with us in a holistic approach. It has to be a holistic approach. It can't just be police running after people and putting them in jail. After 27,000 people arrested in 2023 and 40% of them still out on the street, that's why we have a problem that a repeat offender database to track them not just from the police department, but all the way through the adjudication system, all the way to the court, all the way to what type of bond was set, all the way to what wraparound services were set, and to be able to report back. So I would love to have a broader conversation about what my vision is for the city. To put it in a nutshell, my vision for this city is so that Memphis can achieve the potential, the possibilities of the city that it is. And for us to have a police department that people are proud of, that we're raising to the next level. For that level of change is going to be uncomfortable for my officers. It may be uncomfortable for the community, but I'm up for that challenge. It's a change that needs to happen.
I agree that change needs to happen, and I also agree that your job is hard, but I don't think hard is impossible. You really only have to look at other cities. We're at the bottom. We have more homicides than New York City, and a lot less people. And it's easier for us to point fingers at the state and not take up action. On the county side, I started a gun lock by mail program, and since we've started it and started a campaign to get people to lock up their guns in their cars, you have seen a 13% reduction in guns stolen out of cars. And so this is what I mean by vision. This is what I mean by looking at other places. I'm not asking for you to tell me that they're 20% of the people commit 80% of the crime. We've known that for 20 years. I'm looking for something new and different. That's what we are at a crisis point in Memphis.
I understand.
And a crisis requires swift action and leadership that not just says we're following the ordinances, but that it's being followed down the line.
I understand. I understand very well. And every precinct in the city of Memphis gives out gun locks on a regular basis, and they advertise that too. So I believe in being proactive as well. But as I said before, council member, I'll be glad to discuss further what my vision is for the city. Memphis, unfortunately, over the years has been at the top, in various types of crimes. When other cities see influxes in juvenile crime, Memphis sees it at an even higher level. So we have to dig down and figure out why that is. It didn't just start happening. We have had problems in Memphis for many years. Under my leadership, I've had problems because of the various iterations in our environment, but it's not excuses. My vision is to work with all of our partners and our community members to try to help Memphis move to another level. It can't be just Chief C.J. Davis. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Walker, then Councilwoman White, and then Councilman Warren. I will remind this body we have other presentations to get through, and I think Ms. Hyman would want us to move through this process as quickly as we can, because we do have some other business that we have to take care of as a body. So with that being said, Councilwoman Walker.
Okay, Chief Davis, the 50 positions created for the retired officers, do they have benefits?
They have retirement benefits.
And they include?
Their insurance and those types of, things that most of our retired officers have. They don't have like vacation time like a regular employee. Most of them come back and they work part-time. A lot of it is the fact that they want to continue to give back to the city. And so we pay them an average of about $35 an hour. They work 3 days a week, and they do a lot of the community engagement and education that we need in the community with our business partners, conducting assessments at businesses and at homes, at various residents, so that we can help our community members shore up their businesses against crime. A lot of their work is community education.
Okay, next, the dashboard. How often is it updated?
The repeat offender dashboard.
Yes.
The repeat offender dashboard will be a live dashboard that we continue to add individuals in that meet a certain criteria. And these are individuals that have multiple charges, especially violent offenders.
Okay, and you have continued to use the word holistic. What does holistic mean to you in the context of the work that you do?
For me, it means incorporating all of our stakeholders, the school system, our various law enforcement partners, our grassroots organizations, pastors that are here, clergy, our various communities, our Latino community. The holistic approach is really about getting to the root of crime. Truancy, drug abuse, mental crisis, all of those various elements that contribute to crime. Homelessness. From a holistic standpoint, if we can address some of those issues that contribute to a crime-rich environment, then we can reduce crime. But we can't keep ignoring the elephant in the room, that there are root causes to crime. And so to help individuals to identify a different pathway and lead them in a different pathway helps us to not just run behind every crime incident, but work to prevent crime and intervene in criminal activity.
Okay, thank you for that. Chairman Smiley, I have 2 more questions, but I'll be quick. The first one is, the rank and file, a lot of them, they just don't support you. They don't like you. What is it you feel you can do to improve relations with the rank and file?
So I can do 1 or 2 things. I can discontinue creating policies and procedures that take our department to a higher level so that they will like me. Or, and I didn't say that to be funny, but that's why some of my officers are having problems. They're not used to discipline at a level that our community and our council expects. They're not used to various policies and procedures that take our department to a higher level. And change is uncomfortable for them. And so it's easy for them to say what they don't like. But I know what is needed in a police department. And I think that I was brought here, or I felt like I came here to make change and not to just keep things the way they were.
Okay, and finally, we are currently under a DOJ, Department of Justice investigation for patterns and practices, and I think that that is very important. I judge that it's going to air some of our dirty laundry, and whatever's on the other side of that, I am hopeful that it will be something that we can still benefit from as a community, and we can move forward in a positive manner when it comes to pursuing and working on our public safety.
Absolutely.
My question is, how do you feel about this investigation?
I feel that, excuse me, I feel that it's important for us to cooperate with the investigation. The investigation will reveal various types of policies and practices that have been implemented before the Tyree Nichols incident. It will also reveal the department's various areas that could use improvement prior to my coming to the city of Memphis. I believe having eyes on a police organization and cooperating, the overall objective is to be a better department. And as we continue to work and change policies and procedures that my officers don't like, they are in line with national best practices and what the DOJ would hope for us to achieve and move forward towards. And that's what my objective is to ensure that our policies, procedures, and practices in the department are aligned with national best practices. I've said it, in many different forums, and it's not just cliche. It's so that we can be a police department that's operating in a way that our community is proud.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman White, so good to hear from you today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I usually don't have problems with being loud and heard. Chief Davis, well, first of all, I'll say I too, as many of you all know, I'm an attorney and work in the criminal justice system. And so I won't sit here and pretend like I believe that our homicide rate increasing or even our issues right now as it pertains to crime solely rest on your shoulders. I understand that the issues are multi-layered, they're complex, and a lot of it is systemic, and we have a lot of things to fix, not just within the police department, but we have things to fix throughout our systems in total. And so for me, more so, one of the things that excited me when I spoke to you, and also when I spoke to the mayor, was the mayor's vision, and I wanted you to kind of discuss that more. I'm surprised that you didn't. One of the things that we discussed more was about the collaborative effort. When I ran on our lack of communication, our lack of collaboration, and the left hand not knowing what the right hand was doing, and the fact that you may have an arrest, but we don't know what happens once it gets to disposition. Yes. And so I want to hear your vision as to how do we bring in, not a task force when it comes to, we're going to do a press conference with the DA and with the U.S. Attorney's Office and with these people, but how do we have ongoing and continuous communication so that we can figure out where we need to fill in these gaps and how we need to focus on violent offenders.
Yes, and I would say that my vision is aligned with the mayor's vision. The task force that was established by Mayor Young was the first time that we saw all the key players, real important players at the table together to really talk about the gaps in our system. Those are the individuals that can help fix those gaps. We had legislators, we had at least 7 or 8 legislators around the table because some of it requires changing laws to help us to be able to facilitate reduction in crime here in the city. It requires us to have our group violence intervention program, individuals there, individuals from the education system, the business community. There were a number of individuals at the table, including the DA and the U.S. Attorney, so that when we meet, we can talk about where our fails are over the last month. Where are we having gaps? What do we need to do? Who's bringing their A game to the table and who is not? And I think that's where we've been missing sort of like an opportunity to have a collaborative discussion. Everybody's talking in silos about what they're doing instead of us saying, yes, we did this, but what happened at this point of the process and that point? And that's including our school systems. And I know the school system has gone through various iterations of trying to get leadership. However, we believe that even with truancy and all of the other issues that we have with our young people, that we have to work closely with our school system as well. Our health institutions were at the table so that when we have a shooting and a person is injured, he's not just a victim of a crime, he's also someone that at the hospital, a doctor needs to be able to reach out to the police department, because many times we have shootings and the police department doesn't know anything about. So a lot of those individuals around the table are people who can help us close the gaps and really have those conversations about creating a process where we can see some tangible results in the city.
One more comment I would just like to say. One thing I would like to see is, and I know you named some of the stakeholders that attend those task force meetings, but I would like for you to consider, as well as you, Mayor, as Councilwoman Green stated, one of the best inputs you can get is from a person who's been formerly criminally justice involved and has been rehabilitated and is now thriving. So I would encourage you all to include persons of that nature in that loop of stakeholders, because there's great insight there.
Absolutely. I think
Thank you.
was at the table as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Logan. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your presentation, Chief Davis. I thank you for everything that you're bringing forth, and kind of conflicted at this time because when you first came for appointment, and of course I was one of the two that did not, vote for you initially, but over the course of time, we've worked together and I've seen your heartbeat and your passion, and have grown to appreciate your desire to see change, your desire to be a part, coming from somewhere else. It seems as though there's a challenge breaking through. There seems to be a challenge for you breaking through in areas that you need access, or you need that trust, or you need that relationship. And I hope that happens because that is a must for any change to happen in our city. And today, I'm most discouraged by the apparent internal conflict that there is. I know every organization has internal conflict, but where we are as a city, it is most disheartening to hear that there is such internal conflict. And I don't think anyone up here would just lie and say they have stuff on their phone from people internally. I know there's a extra outcry in the community for change. People just won't change. So of course you would be the change, but that's not necessarily defining what change is and how we obtain that change. So we are in a very precarious situation as a city, and I'm really concerned that we may not have all the elements there under you to make that change. But I was listening for that. I did hear the data, I did hear the one initiative, but do you feel that you will be able to break that barrier and you will be able to gain that trust and the respect of those under you?
Yes.
To be able to do the work that's needing to be done. You may know what the work is, but if there's sabotage, as you say, if there's mistrust, if the right hand don't know what the left hand doing, if there are people in your under you that want your position, as has been said, there's been so much said. I really want to hear from you. Can we get past that? And I would like to hear from Mayor Young as well. Can we get past that? Because that's the one thing that I feel is the most important, that we unify. We have to be unified to move forward and bring change about. So I'd like to hear both of you on that.
Well, I believe that the work that I've done so far, initially, I believe, just like in any organization, everybody just cringes about any type of change. Just to see a new or different person at the table is a change that people just try to get used to. I believe that many of our officers have, even in the first 6 months, began to see positive changes that they felt and they supported. The changes that I make in the Memphis Police Department are really about how do we work as a better organization and provide the service delivery that our community expects. Unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't come easy. And I didn't do what some chiefs do. They change the people or they change the people. So I've given everybody an opportunity to serve. I've given everybody an opportunity to really be able to weigh in on the various types of changes in the department and to be able to mentor them in different types of ways and give them leadership training. So I believe this is a period that some of our officers have adjusted to the change and understand why and appreciate the change. I think having conversations with some of the other officers in our precincts and giving them an opportunity to weigh in, we wouldn't have had over 250 officers testing for a new rank that they've never been able to test for and be disappointed about that, because that's something that has never happened in the history of our police department. They're having a career path now, they're having leadership training, and all of these things aren't about me or about making them uncomfortable. It's about trying to make the police department better.
Thank you for that question. I will answer your question, but I just want to say this. I was on the campaign trail too, and I was in every neighborhood, every community. So the things that you've heard, I've heard. And the reason that I stand behind this appointment is because I believe that we can do just what you said. Can we get the buy-in from the officers? Absolutely. Are there things that we're going to have to do to gain trust from the officers and the community? Absolutely. But I wouldn't make this recommendation if I didn't believe that we can do it. These are things that we've had direct conversation about. Me and Chief Davis have talked a lot over the last couple of weeks and months. And I am highly confident that we're going to be able to do those things. We're going to strengthen our relationships with the unions. That's why you heard her talking about going from a quarterly meeting cycle to a monthly meeting cycle. We're going to make sure that there's more visibility and communication with the officers on the front line, as well as the public in general. We are going to do the things to strengthen this police department because our community is demanding it. Make no mistake, all of our fates are riding on us getting this right. Amen. And as I said in the beginning, I am going to be accountable to you all. If we're not getting the results that we need and we deserve, we'll go another way. But right now, I firmly believe that we have the right person, and I stand behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. One last thing, Chief. My only other desire was to see more institutional knowledge at the top. Yes. Can you speak to that? Is there an opportunity to make those types of...
from a training standpoint?
Or just as a resource to you or as a part of the team, more institutional knowledge locally as well?
Absolutely. My staff and I talk regularly about ensuring that we have more understanding of city government, establishing more partnerships in city government, getting them exposed to the different processes. That's why you see more of them at city council meetings, because they need to understand processes and what makes our department successful and establish relationships as well. Also in the community, having a stronger relationship with different community partners as well. From a leadership standpoint, we have sent more commanders and executives to leadership training than probably in many years in the Memphis Police Department. Some of them have had first-time exposure to those types of experiences, and they come back understanding that with that institutional knowledge about how police departments should run and what their leadership responsibilities are. But we will continue to take opportunities and take any suggestions that you may have as a council person for us to improve in that area as well.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Warren? Okay, I did not see your name down there.
I think you have to
Yeah, you gotta
log
scroll down.
There you
Absolutely.
go,
Dr.
scroll
Warren, the
down.
floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chief. You know, we've been hearing that our rank and file have lost confidence in you. And one of the things that I want to ask you about it, because I think this is where it comes back to, when Tyree Nichols' case occurred, okay, the horrible thing that happened to him, it was due to a Scorpion unit that was brought to our police department by whom? Who set up the Scorpion unit? Where did that come from? Was that your idea, and did you bring it?
This is a great time to clarify that. The Memphis Police Department has had criminal apprehension teams for many, many years. The criminal apprehension teams that were in place when I came to Memphis. There was a name change. However, one of the areas that I thought was important is for us to change our training, change the policy of selection of how individuals got in that unit. And that was part of trying to improve that particular unit. But to clarify, those units existed when I got here.
So they existed, but this particular unit, what did you have to do with it being set up the way it was? And if you had to do it over again, what would you have done differently? Because I think some of what I'm hearing from the officers is I don't think they feel like you've owned up to your role in that unit being formed the way it was. And that may be part of the missing piece there, where the trust factor may be gone.
Well, the unit continued to operate under the policy and procedure that existed. Nothing changed about the way the unit operated. The only thing that changed was we included a new selection process so that officers couldn't just be dumped in a specialized unit anymore without going through some level of scrutiny. I think that might be part of some of the heartburn and change that has
This was after Scorpion or before Tyree or after Tyree?
It was before Tyree.
Before Tyree.
Yes. And also training, and also taking new training for those officers, and also allowing them to take breaks off the street, thinking in terms of officer wellness. However, many of those officers that were in these criminal apprehension team units, they were already assigned in those units when I arrived.
Okay, thank you.
And we're getting into some legal stuff.
Councilman Carlisle, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an appointment, a reappointment that I've struggled with. I think for me, you've got the chief operating officer, the chief financial officer, and the chief legal officer are the three most important positions inside of the city government, outside of public safety. And then, of course, you've got the fire chief and the director of police services. And I'm not going to disparage a professional that's been in a career as many years as you have with all your accolades. I don't think that's fair. But I think, again, the rub may be, and maybe it has been, and I'm not trying to put you in a position to disparage the former mayor, but I'm looking back, and I understand where Councilman Warren's question, because I remember Mayor Strickland, to great fanfare, rolling out the Scorpion unit, and these are his exact words. At the end of last year, Chief Davis created the street crimes operation to restore peace in our neighborhoods unit. This unit addresses violent crimes, et cetera, et cetera. Now, those are the mayor's words, but nobody came out and contradicted that that was true. So, and again, you don't need to respond. Don't feel like you need to respond. This also kind of mirrors the mayor's letter at the end of the year. And maybe there's a disconnect between what Mayor Strickland and his administration and political vehicle was doing and what you were doing operationally. But I think that's the rub on that, in that regard, in that bucket, is the mayor comes out and announces, you guys have a massive press conference, everybody's patting themselves on the back. It goes south, and now it's like, that's not really my responsibility. We didn't actually create that. And I think that's, again, I'm not trying to disparage you at all, but I think that that's some of the rub when you look at the hard data or the hard evidence that's out there and then your comments today, they're not congruent.
Well, as I said before, council member, I can, show you evidence of the fact that, and any person on my staff could stand up here today, and they have said to me, we had those units before you came, Chief. And I knew that already, but that was an opportunity, I guess, for the previous administration to have some speaking points as well.
In all fairness, you can understand what I'm saying, our position, or at least my position on just saying, hey, I mean, I hear you, and I really do, genuinely. It's just when you get Strickland, or former Mayor Strickland, sending out those emails, those press conferences, the ordinances, we had lots of conversation. I know that you told me you were committed to them. I remember that very clearly. And then to have Mayor Strickland's letter, which is unfair to you, and he deserved and owed you an apology. I will say, for my part, I was very excited about your appointment. I supported you. After decades of not having an outside police chief, I thought it was important to get a
what they could do. it's my opinion that Chief Davis had 2.5 years. I think that's ample time to get it right. I just think that Memphis ultimately deserves smart and innovative policing practices that we have seen across this country. And I think this issue is too important to put off to another meeting. With that, Ms. Hyman, let's do a roll call vote. So I will entertain a motion on this. Councilwoman. It was moved by Ford and seconded by Warren. So I will entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion for same night minutes.
And?
Do you want the affirmative or the negative? What's your motion?
Affirmative or negative?
To approve or not approve the appointment?
You have to say approve or not to approve.
Oh, to approve.
To approve the chief? Okay, all right. Second. Okay, I will clarify. So what's about to take place? This body is getting ready to take a vote on a particular item. We've had a motion to approve Chief Davis. However, that means if you vote no, you are voting for a different direction. If you vote yes, you are voting to allow Chief Davis to stay in that role. Is everyone clear on that? A motion, hold up, Councilman Ford. A motion has already been made by Councilman.
Point of clarification.
Okay, point of clarification by Councilman Carlisle.
Okay. This is, just to remind the body, this is a non-binding vote that makes a recommendation that will be sent down to the full body at the 3:30 meeting. So if, to the point, if right now before the body is the motion to approve, to Chairman Smiley's point, if you vote yay, you recommend to approve her reappointment. If you vote nay, you're voting to reject her reappointment, to recommend rejection of a reappointment, and the matter will be taken up at 3:30 p.m. today. How'd I do, bro?
Yeah, you did a pretty good job. Ms. Hyman, roll call vote, please.
Point of clarification.
Another point of information from Cooper Sutton.
Yeah, what is the motion?
So let me explain again. So the motion is to approve Chief Davis. That's the motion. With same night minutes. That's the motion before this body. Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you had a point of information as well.
Point of information for some clarity.
Yes, ma'am.
So many motions have been done.
Absolutely.
And with the recommendations that has been going on since we've been doing them this morning, everything has been done and fair and equally recommended to take back to the committee. And so now what you're saying, I just want to make it clear, for equal opportunity and to be fair to everyone, fairness, to be fair. So we're going to vote. This is a point of information. I just want clarity.
I'm going to explain.
Yeah. So we're going to vote whether she be reappointed or not, instead of recommendation going back like we've done with everyone else.
So I will clear. Okay, so let me clarify. Alan, Attorney Wade, can you explain? But one thing, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington has indicated that she's removing her request for same 9 minutes. So what that does is, it's going back, just like everything else is going back before this council in 2 weeks. So it's still coming back. We're just gonna make a recommendation, just like everything else. But we're gonna, we have a lot of people here. We need to address this issue. This is the most contentious issue of this body.
I agree. I'm sorry, Chairman.
So we're going to address this issue, but to be really clear, because I know most of the several members are new and trying to seek understanding, I'm going to ask Attorney Wade to explain what's happened.
Okay, this council can only act officially in regular session. We are not in regular session. We're in a committee. All committees have only the authority to make recommendations to approve, disapprove, or to send a recommendation without a recommendation. So what the previous motion before it was withdrawn was to take this out of order and place it on the agenda for tonight. Typically, any action taken by a committee means that it is on the next council meeting's agenda. And that's where all the rest of the appointments are to date, unless someone makes a specific recommendation that it be heard tonight. And I haven't heard anybody else that's been done so far. There may be some down the road that we may do.
There will be some more.
So, point of clarification. She, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington wants to vote on approval. If we vote yes, it'll be on the agenda for tonight?
No. So withdrawn that part.
She withdrew her So the motion for same 9 minutes have been withdrawn. It can still be sent down. But it can still be sent down. So that means if we vote now, we're gonna vote as a recommendation, whether this body has decided to send it to full council with either a positive or negative recommendation. Next meeting is not definitive. It's either positive or negative recommendation. This body will take a vote.
Just a recommendation.
Just a recommendation.
So how is it different from what we did this morning? What is the
We
difference?
said no recommendation.
Okay.
All right, and there's gonna be others that comes that we will take a vote on as well.
And we'll deal with it
And we'll
next
deal
week.
with that the same way.
This afternoon.
Okay. All right, Ms. Hyman, roll call vote, please.
Give me a second. The names are out of order because it's the first day. Councilman Smiley,
No.
Councilwoman Canali,
No.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. No. Councilwoman Logan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Walker.
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle.
No.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Green.
No.
Councilman Espinoza.
No.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
And Councilwoman White.
Yes.
6. Who did I not call? Oh, Councilman Warren.
So, excuse me, we are recessing for the next 15 minutes.
officer. Her role is a charter role, and so it's a very, very important one. We need her to be able to get started as soon as possible, and I would love for the opportunity for you guys to look at this as the same night minutes. I know that you're not doing that on all of them, but for this is one that we really need, and she can start immediately once she is approved. And so with your permission, I would love for you to do that.
Okay, so,
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we hear this item this evening with same night minutes.
absolutely. We would like to hear the appointment of Tanera Gibson for Chief Legal Officer for same night minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Smiley, members of council. I have a presentation, but I can just speak from off the cuff if that's necessary.
Shout out to Off the Cuff.
Okay. For a litigator, absolutely. I'm a native Memphian, and I think that matters because this is my city, and I care very deeply for my city. Thank you so much. I'm a native Memphian. This is my second career. My family's here. We have deep roots. My children are here. I have granddaughters here. So this work I'm deeply passionate about this work as a native Memphian. My first career was in computer science. I developed software. That wasn't my calling. That wasn't my passion. I switched to the law 15, 16 years ago now, and been going ever since. I won't go through my bio. It's long, but I think evidences my commitment to the law, to the bar, and to the community as a whole. I've worked very hard to move the needle and endured a lot over the last 16 years to create opportunities for people who look like me. I've worked as outside counsel for the city of Memphis, gratefully, for the last 8 years. I've handled innumerable personnel matters, aided the city through audits from, enforcement agencies like the Department of Labor, high exposure audits, high exposure matters, quite a good number of those as well. And so I have a lot of experience working for the city. And so that when the opportunity presented itself for me to move and work directly for the city in this role, it was hard for me to tell Mayor Young no. And so here I am, before this body, seeking appointment as your chief legal officer for the city of Memphis. And I think the clicker's gone. I think someone took the clicker. Thank you so much. So from the outside, just in my 8 years having served as outside counsel, had the conversations that I've had, you sort of preemptively, because respecting this process, I have not taken this role on yet because my nomination has not been approved. But just based on the conversations I've had in my experience, I want to, proactively work to protect the city's interests. That's the role of the chief legal officer. Track legislation, all kinds of things are going on all the time that we might not know about. Creating a compliance officer role. A lot of what we hear, a lot of the issues we have could likely be resolved if we had someone in place to highlight the little things that slip through the cracks that end up being very costly, across the city, and work with the division leaders in that way. Evaluate our defense strategies and just make sure we're overall taking the best approach to litigation and protecting us as the city of Memphis and our citizens as well. A big issue we have is sort of efficiencies with administrative matters. We handle all kinds of things, under the legal division, you have metro alarms and things like that, but we also have our lawyers handling appeals for OJIs and appeals for disability pensions or ordinary disability pensions or pensions generally, and we're doing all that work and, breaking it out and creating efficiencies there would give employees, I think, a little more certainty going forward so they're not sitting at home for years waiting on some sort of resolution. So things like that. Also, increasing our recruiting efforts. We are extremely short-staffed from what I understand, short about 13 lawyers right now, short 13 lawyers.
That means you get a lot of work to do by yourself.
I want to say that again so you don't think we have 13. We're short 13 lawyers right now. I've had some meetings, preliminarily to try to figure out what it is that's caused a mass exodus or caused, an inability for us to recruit the talent that we need. Earlier, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton mentioned morale in Director Zena's department, and I think maybe that could be an issue in building that and just creating touch points with the employees, but also having the resources to recruit the talent necessary to do a good job for the city. I'm sure the legal division is overwhelmed, and I've heard already dissatisfaction, from some division directors about the way things have happened. But I'm just having practiced as long as I have, having 6 lawyers performing the work of 20, anyone would be overwhelmed. And so one issue, and I'm sure I'll come begging, I'm not sure of the process at this point, but I'm gonna get up to speed very quickly if you all would have me, is competitiveness and pay. And I'm sure you've heard that from a lot of people, but just to give you a sort of a guideline, brand new lawyers graduating from law school in May will go to work for many, many entities that they could go work for, making more than I would make in this role. And so that's what we're competing with. And so do we ever expect governmental entities to pay like the private sector? We do not. But trying to incentivize, come up with some creative incentives or something and work out a way to pay a little bit more, be more competitive even with other municipal entities. And those are the things that I've been thinking about since I initially talked to Mayor Young about this role and attracting the legal talent that we need to do a good job and to protect our interests sufficiently so that a lot of the conversations we're having today may not be necessary going forward.
Myself. Okay, thank you for that presentation, Attorney Gibson. It appears that we have a couple of council members a few council members in the queue. The word for the rest of this executive session is brevity. All right, Councilman Carlisle. No, I think Swearingen Washington's in the queue first. Yes, Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. We're so excited to have you. You have such a stellar reputation.
Thank you so much.
Do you know if there are any African-American law firms that are doing business with the city?
I'm aware of at least 2, and that's on my radar as well. I'm aware of at least 2. I'm not sure of the exact metrics. I just signed up another, well, not signed up, I just recommended, not getting ahead of myself. I just recommended another to Interim Chief Legal Officer Fletcher maybe last week, and I know he's been talking to them as well, so that's something I'm wildly conscious of.
So you will be willing to continue to advocate for more African-American law firms to do business with the city?
Absolutely, Councilwoman Swearingen. That's one thing you will not have to worry about with me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry we haven't had a chance to sit down.
No worries.
I appreciate you offering, but I had the opportunity to speak to several of your peers, and nothing but glowing recommendations. Obviously, your body of work, and you're familiar with the city, having done work on behalf of the city prior. I guess a couple of my questions will be, you're in a unique position. Your responsibility as the chief legal officer is to the charter, the enforcement of the charter. And I'd ask you, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it and hope that you'll agree that you do not work for the mayor, you work for the city.
Yes.
Okay. And I think that's critically important. You saw some of the conversation that just occurred, and I think a lot of the angst from listening to my colleagues in our last 4 years are loyalty was above all else, and I respect that. You work at the pleasure of the mayor, no doubt about it. But we have to have a working relationship that benefits the citizens of Memphis, and that's enforcement of charters and ordinances in the administration of government. I have no doubts about your legal ability. I know, and again, I think it's pretty broad. I know your focus has been predominantly litigation and labor and healthcare. Is that fair?
That's fair.
But the city does a significant amount of transactional work as well. Yes. And so I hope that as you are looking at your internal team, I know we use outside counsel often, especially when we're doing things like bond issuances, complex structures, unique types of litigation, highly specialized litigation. But I hope as you're looking at your team that you start to balance that out between litigators and transactional staff. And I fully agree with what you're saying. We have to look at, it's so hard when you've got represented associations, right, and then you have unrepresented, and then you've got highly skilled professionals down to not as highly skilled, meaning, our engineering department, our legal department, finance department with advanced degrees, and trying to compete with that private sector and wanting the talent here on the city side. Right. So you have my full support as well as Mr. Pearson and Mr. Boleyn, in those three unique arenas where you've got highly advanced degrees, the city's got to find a way genuinely to compete. It doesn't make sense for us to continue to pay the private sector rate in order to compensate those individuals. We got to find a way to get out of the cog of that. But I really do look forward to working with you. I'll reiterate the fact that I've heard nothing but glowing reviews from peers and colleagues, and I appreciate your willingness to leave a highly lucrative law career in the pursuit of public service. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Councilman Carlisle. I appreciate that and the support. But full disclosure, I'm not completely leaving my law firm, but I am de-equitizing, which means that the equity I've built for 15 years, I'm willing to give up to serve my city. And so for that, I genuinely appreciate it. So yes, that part I'm leaving.
Pure lawyer. Just wanted to make sure every detail was.
But I definitely appreciate the suggestion. I look forward to working very closely with everyone.
All right, we have a few other council members in the queue. Attorney, Councilwoman Janika White. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say that I am elated, Attorney Gibson, that you decided to seek out and actually accept this charge to serve the city. I know it's a difficult decision to leave a firm. Like, you've worked your way up, and I've worked with Attorney Gibson for over 12 or 13 years, and when I tell you she is absolutely one of our brilliant legal minds in Memphis, Tennessee, and I would even say abroad. If you look at her resume, she is, in fact, a super lawyer. She does not mind leading the charge. She has been the leader of the Memphis Bar Association, of the National Bar Association. She is the first Black female partner at Birch, Porter & Johnson. She is an exceptional lawyer, and she is well respected in the legal community, and again, just a brilliant legal mind, and it's an honor to have you serving the city of Memphis.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman White. I can't tell you how much that means.
We have one other council member in the queue. Well, nope, take that back. Two other council members in the queue. Attorney Green, the floor is yours, ma'am.
I'm gonna get my button fixed. Okay. I'm gonna one-up you, Councilwoman White. You left off one really important thing on your bio, and that's where you went to high school.
Yes. White Station.
Onward Spartans.
1996.
And so part of the best class of White Station. So I have known Attorney Gibson. We don't need to age ourselves, but for a while.
It's been longer. We
don't need to do math. So I am thrilled that you are part of this administration because I've known you most of my life, and every step of the way you have been exceptional. So I am excited to see you be a part of this administration and look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Green. That's most appreciated.
All right, one other council member in the queue, Councilwoman Logan. Who else is in the queue?
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon. Thank you for coming and accepting to be a part of this wonderful new energy that we have here. I just want to clarify, Tanner.
Yes.
Senior. Oh, okay. So
my father is.
Okay, great. So you come from good stock, and we expect the excellence of that name and the body of work that they've done in the city. And I appreciate the integrity that you come from, and we're looking for that same thing. And it's already preceded you. Your reputation, has been said here, precedes you. And I look forward to working with you. I look forward to all that you'll bring to that seat and to that office, and anything that I can do as a legislator or the body can do to support you. You have that support. We're looking for great things and change, and I already like the innovation that you've spoken about regarding what we need to do to pivot, because we can't pay what the outsiders pay, but looking for those things. But just excited to have you on the team, so thank you.
So much, Councilwoman Logan, and thank you for the shout out to my dad. I'm sure he's smiling down.
He is.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. And we have Cooper Sutton in the queue. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Chairman. Well, Ms. Gibson, I'm so excited to see you sitting at that podium and that Mayor Young asked for same night minutes. I'm thrilled that I had an opportunity to sit with you and to dialogue and to talk with you and to get to know you. And you showed your heart. You became very vulnerable with me, and I appreciate that. And seeing that and reading your bio and going through and hearing what your father said about that one word that you and I agreed on, you take that, you take what your dad gave you, and you run with it. And my prayer is for your success, and you take this city and this legal department that you are about to head, the morale, the culture, change it. Do what you know to do, and do it with kindness, and be humble, and be patient, and grow your team. I look so forward to continue to work with you and to meet you and to dialogue and to see you just blossom even the more. I appreciate the work that you've already done. I look forward to working with you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're so very welcome.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper said. She said, congratulations. I guess you can kind of feel what's about to take place here. I will say this. I had an opportunity to see Attorney Gibson litigate a matter in Chancery Court. I thought her argument was one of the best I ever seen when you're pulling and not necessarily working with much. And I think this is one of the highest compliments that you can receive from people who practice law. An attorney who doesn't agree with anybody. Attorney Alan Wade walked up to her and told her, "You did a good job." I think that matters. It matters to the people in our profession. So we look forward to working with you, and we wish you all the best. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. And remember, this item is for the same 9 minutes. That means we will hear it whenever this executive session ends. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? With acclamation, we look forward to working with you. In opinion of the chair, this item is approved. All right, we have two other items. Several other items, a couple more appointments. So item number, I do want to know that item number 9 is being held until the next meeting. We're gonna go to item number 6, Director of Fire Services, Director Sweat. I'm gonna say this for this body. Our fire department is one of the best in the nation. And that deserves a round of applause, because we talk about I've been very critical of the previous administration, and for good reason. But what I will say, one thing has been really consistent, despite some troubles, is where our fire department ranks in the nation when compared to other fire departments. We have one of the best fire departments in the country for good reason. We have good leadership. Hopefully it continues to get better, but really good leadership. So hopefully this is not a very long presentation. You're gonna hear very good comments about your leadership, maybe a couple of questions, causes of concern, but brevity. We know your work, we know this department.
Thank you, sir, for those kind of words. And I wish I could take all the credit for that. You see my leadership team behind me. They are definitely the drivers behind that. My job is to provide the vision, provide them the opportunities to move obstacles for them so they can get the work done, and they do a fantastic job. A couple of things I think is important for this body to know, and those people out there watching. I have 31 and a half years with the Memphis Fire Department. This is only the second job I've had in my adult life. This is all I have known as an adult. My heart is with the Memphis Fire Department in the city of Memphis. I came up through the ranks of the fire department as a driver, a lieutenant, battalion chief, division chief. All of those were competitive processes that I went through and was able to get promoted at all of those ranks at the different times. I think that's important. I think it's important for the citizens to know. I think it's also important for our firefighters to know. I've been there, I've been on the streets with them, and I support them. And that is the main reason why I want to get reappointed and to finish out what I've started. So I've got the education, you know the accomplishments. Those of you that have been here and the new council member, I had an opportunity to present to you to showcase a lot of what we've done. Two things. Chairman Smiley, you said we're one of the best in the country. That's just not a feeling. That we have proven that with data.
If I remember some of my comments more specifically, I said you're like LeBron James. So, you know.
Well, I would say Caitlin Clark now, but that's okay. That's okay. All right. Yeah. So, but I do like LeBron. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. So, I'll just say that we've proven that with data. We went from a Class 2 fire department to a Class 1. That's an accreditation that only less than 1% of all the fire departments in the country that were measured meet that. That's leadership from me setting that standard. That's also the people behind me and the boots on the ground that made that happen. The second thing I want to say, and I think it says it all about my leadership and what we've accomplished, COVID. When we had a failure in our community to be able to deliver vaccines in an efficient manner, when they came to me, I didn't say why, it's not my job. I said, yes, sir, we're going to take care of it. And I think those of you that helped and worked through that, you saw that the Memphis Fire Department took that. Not only did we do it, we did it with exceptional service, and we served our community. And it's probably the thing I'm most proud of in my 31 and a half years. So with that, our vision is to be an innovative leader in the fire service, emergency medical services, fire prevention, communications. That's been my vision. The things you looked at on the accomplishment, I'm one of those people. If I said something in my mind that we're going to do it, those people, the people sitting behind me, I can see their heads probably going to start moving. If I say we're going to do it, we're going to figure out how to do it. Because when you've called the fire department, we are almost always that last line of defense. The citizens call us. We don't have a chance to say, it's not our job. We go figure it out, and we make their day better most of the time. And I can say that because most of you, you don't have to call me for much. And when you do, I'm responsive, and you get what you need. So with that, I'm just asking for your support and letting me continue as your fire chief and continue to lead what I think is the best fire department in the country.
I don't think you have any arguments up here. Councilman Carlisle, I know you're in the queue.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say anything, and then yesterday happened, but I left this building. First off, I appreciate everything you had to say, but I left this building and drove down Poplar Avenue, and there was a house fire at at Poplar and Leith, which is just across from Le Bonheur. And I called 911, and within minutes, there were 4 ladder trucks, a battalion chief. I mean, they were on site, professional. They cleared people from the area. The house was boarded up and abandoned, but they operated as if there may have been a life in there. Everything about how they operated was and I parked my car and just watched the whole thing. It was precision. It was unbelievable to watch these professionals do their job, including the chief getting out of his SUV, throwing on his gear, going up to the house, making sure his guys and men and women were supported. So it was incredible to see that. I have lived through a fire in my own home when I was a kid, but to see this response and see it in action was incredible to see those professionals operate in that manner. My only 2 things for my vision for us as we move forward are continued expansion of the Navigator program, because the healthcare system and the way we're structured in the state of Tennessee doesn't support those that need it most. And so the city's got to continue to take that model on, which I know that your team has championed and given that model to the state comptroller to say, hey, this is a way that healthcare can work. And then secondly, continuing to expand and preach the good word of the care unit, which for those that don't know is the city's partnership with the police department to have a mental health response. This body gave money last year to allow, through the ARPA funding, to allow that to be a 24/7 response, and we've got to continue to find the funding so that we can have mental health responses to situations that may not require somebody with firearm. And so continuing to expand those programs, I think in the city of Memphis are going to be critical in your leadership in doing so, I think, and also your team who goes out and executes these various programs. So I look forward again to budget season as we dive into that. So thank you for your service. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman, and I appreciate that. You're correct. We do, it's not business as usual. We do have to find ways to be agile in our service delivery and to be able to continue to serve, maybe in an unorthodox manner, But at the end of the day, it's what we're here to do for the citizens.
All right, I think our agenda is going to be pretty long next week, and I think the sentiment of this body is, the fire department is the best, it's job Morant. So I would entertain a motion for approval with same 9 minutes on Chief Sweat.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we add Chief Sweat's appointment to this evening's agenda with same 9 minutes.
Can I get a second? All right, seconded by Councilwoman Janice Swearingen-Washington and Councilman Espinoza. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Chief Sweat.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate your support and look forward to working with you.
All right, Mayor Young, do you want to speak to, I think it's your last director and the urgency of Director of Information Services, Eric King? I know he's serving an interim role. Could you speak to it?
Yes, our last one, Mr. Eric Keene, I think he's over, yeah, he's coming. Incredible resume, you'll hear it from him, but this is another one where, if possible, and we could have him for tonight, same 9 minutes. He's already serving in an interim capacity, but given that he's coming from the outside, it would be great to have him officially in his role as we look to advance in the IT area. So, if this is will of this body.
Thank you.
Bish, you come highly recommended. I think many council members got a litany of text messages, whether they were unsolicited, but we got a lot of text messages, voicing support for your appointment. I look forward to your presentation, and go ahead.
I'll be brief, but thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council. I'll admit I'm probably the outlier of everybody today. I was not born in Memphis. I didn't go to Whitehaven High School or any high school in Memphis, and I've never worked for the government. But I've become a Memphian, and I've worked with a lot of governments. So I just want to introduce myself that way. As you can see up there, I've got a lot of experience from FedEx. I recently just left FedEx to pursue some things on my own. And I had a few calls to come and join the mayor's team, and I was intrigued by that. I have to admit that it's all a little bit opaque to me, but IT is not. I've got 35 years at FedEx. As you can see, probably 25 years as a CIO, true CIO, owning every aspect of technology for FedEx Express and FedEx Logistics. I also had a team that was dedicated and skilled in development of software and data. So the two things that I see coming into this job that can really help this city is really being able to mesh data better than we do and develop software in a quicker way. And at FedEx, for the most part, we had to write software because you can't go out and buy it from a different company. But here we're going to make advantage of what we can go and buy. And my job, I think, especially the next year with the Crime Tech Initiative, is to link that data that you've heard all day long from the 17 or 18 different departments into one data lake that can make us totally different in terms of our safety, our citizen self-service, and what we can do for each other. As you can see, I'm also currently on the IT Board of Advisors for the United Nations World Food Program. I'm also on the Board of Trustees for St. George's, and I just became a golf coach, unskilled, untrained, unpaid assistant golf coach at St. George's with a Memphis legend, Coach Mary Lou Johns, who I think you probably know very well. Opportunities, these will probably seem about 30,000 feet up, but to me they're not. The first opportunity is to continually ensure that the city of Memphis digital perimeter is secure. So that is all about malware, attacks, ransomware, those types of things. I have been on the bridge when we've had bad episodes at FedEx, and I can tell you it's not something you want to go through or publicize or recover from. My second goal will be to create an architecture team. Again, probably words that don't mean that much yet, but architecture means business and IT. And for me to really go forward with confidence and make us innovative, I need to be able to see the next bullet point, which is a city plan of our data flows, our applications, our constituents, our external constituents, our events. And I see a lot of capabilities here in the city of Memphis, but they're not connected right now. and I hope that I can do a better job doing that. Another big point for me is no IT projects. A really huge one. I don't do IT for the sake of doing it. There has to be a value. There has to be a business partner or a government partner wanting my team to do that, if you will. And the last thing, probably the most important thing of all, is we need to move aggressively to create that data lake, if you will, for the city. I've code-named it Paul with my IT team, but we need to take what we've got in terms of great capabilities and great data sets across the city and put that above everything so that we can all share that data and do things with AI and things that we've talked about on this side, that we've not been able to do in the past. The 4-year plan, I ask that you invite me back. Appoint me, approve me, invite me back to talk about this, but this is a plan we worked out really with the IT team. It encapsulates a lot of things on the previous page for my particular goals. There's a lot of words right here, but I can tell you from 35 plus years at FedEx that IT boils down to 3 things: data, processes, which are not mine, they're yours, and teams working together. And with that, I'll stop and open it up for questions.
I think the queue may be malfunctioning because there doesn't appear to be anyone in this queue. Okay, there we go. Make it right. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, the floor is yours, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I see here on your, here where it says opportunities, and you said to build an enterprise, an architect for a city plan, and I don't have to go through all of that. So what is your ETA and what opportunity do you see when this can be implemented and done? And what is your timeline in getting this done, if possible?
Well, the city plan is something we ironically use that term at FedEx. Whenever you're building a hub, if you will, in Paris or China or an air operations system, you need a city plan of architecture that shows the data, the business people that care about that are sponsoring that are funding that, if you will, the skills that are involved. To me, it's very hard to innovate or to ask people to innovate if they don't know where they can start to build. And if you don't have a schematic, a blueprint, an enterprise city plan, if you will, it's very hard for people to innovate. It's also very hard for people that are not in IT to understand where you're going, and very hard for your IT people themselves to understand what they need to skill themselves on and focus on. So really all it is a very high-tech, kind of architecture plan, like a blueprint for a house. But this is more complex as a blueprint for a city plan. My ETA, if you will, is probably hopefully 2 months. We kicked off the crime force task force last week, and I have commitment already from my previous boss, Rob Carter, to develop that data lake and get some help from FedEx. So I hope we can speed that up. It's not something that we have to necessarily build. We're going to put it up in a cloud. We're going to leverage outside skills, if you will. We're going to take what's been tried and errored at FedEx and try to make that as quick as possible. I don't know the ETA for that, but I'm thinking months. And nothing I'll get up here and talk about is going to be any years. I mean, my goal is to try to do things within months. And at FedEx, I think I was very good at figuring a way around the corner, a way around the bureaucracy, a way to get things done, with the tools that we have. So I hope that answers your question.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
All right, Councilman Carlisle, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we add this appointment to this evening's agenda with same 9 minutes.
All right. Seconded, moved by Carlisle, seconded Warren. All those in favor of the appointment of Eric King as Chief Information Officer, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much. All right. We have a few more other items to dispose of. Item number 10, report and recommendation from council attorney on implementing deployments under high-speed fiber ordinance. All council districts requested by this body. Attorney Wade. Can we get his mic on? There. Try now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution conveniently dovetails with your previous presentation. If you recall, the council adopted substitute ordinance number 5887, and this is one of the ordinances that the mayor did sign on December 7, 2023, and it provides for smart fiber access systems and for parties desiring to provide such systems to apply to the city and meet certain thresholds. I passed you a proposed resolution approving the material terms of a commitment of Blue Suede Networks LLC. This happens to be one of the first applicants. They made application on December 12 to qualify to design, build, and operate and maintain a fiber to the home premises network. And if you will look, I've given you some documents which gives you a copy of their application. And what I'm showing you is the process that we've developed using this initial application that will be used for all future applications. And if you will notice, it tells you what their requirements are, that they will have a system that will be at least 1 gig up, 1 gig down, up to, but they intend to have the capability to expand that to 10 gigabyte per second going both ways. Basically, in terms of the interest that the council had, they have agreed to provide pass at least 85% of the residential neighborhoods, including low income areas. And if you look, they attached a diagram, and the purple areas overwhelmingly show the need for this system for homes with incomes less than $26,200 represents, to my surprise, almost the bulk of the households in Memphis. So this will allow for high-speed internet service to be provided to the overwhelming bulk of our community that don't have it now. If you look, there's a summary of the material terms, and under our ordinance, the council reserved the right to approve these terms to make sure that any application that was granted and any contract that was entered into meets or exceeds the requirements, the minimum requirements, and this one meets and exceeds all of the requirements that we have proposed. Particularly, the ones that you were most interested in is to make sure that it is provided to at least 60% of the low-income premises. This application proposed and is projected to pass at least 85% of the low-income premises. We also wanted to improve opportunities for broadband access to low-income residents, and they have agreed to subsidize the drops to these low-income homes. And also, you wanted them to commit to the city's goal for MWE participation in all major levels of the development, which they have agreed to do. This is the formula that we will use going forward, but for this particular application, I would recommend that we add it on tonight and approve it for St. Mike minutes.
All right, we heard the report and recommendation from our attorney, Alan Wade. Councilman Warren, I see you in the queue to discuss the
Thank you, Mr.
the
Chair.
resolution before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move for same night minutes the resolution approving material terms of development and commitment of Blue Suede Networks LLC to design, build, operate, and maintain the city fiber to the premises network in the city of Memphis pursuant to substitute ordinance number 5887.
We got
with same night minutes, sir.
Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you all. All right. Items 1 and 2 will be held until March 19, 2024. Item 19 will be held until February 6, 2024. That brings us to our add-on items 22 to 25. City Attorney, Chief Legal Officer, appointment of Tenera Gibson. There was a request for same 9 minutes. 23, Director of Fire Services, reappointment of Fire Services Gina Sweat. There's a request for same 9 minutes. 24, Director of Information Services, appointment of Eric King. There's a request for same 9 minutes. 25, resolution approving material terms of development commitment of Blue Suede Networks LLC to design, build, operate, and maintain a citywide fiber to the premises network in the city of Memphis pursuant to substitute ordinance number 5887, all council districts. Is sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same 9 minutes. So I read the same 9 minutes. The same 9 minutes are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Does any member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed?
Mr. Chair, question. Did we